At Nightbot, I saw that. You know what you did. Get in your corner. Yeah, he was doing so well, too. Haha, hit you. Okay, so I was kind of on the fence about what to play today, and I saw a camping video on YouTube, and yeah, we'll just go ahead and get into it, and we'll talk about it. Okay, so I'll tab, everything's good to go. See, it was one of those goofy ASMR videos, and I don't know about anybody else, but I have never had that ASMR feeling. You know, somebody makes a certain sound or a certain pitch or something, and for whatever reason you get like that weird kind of tingly sensation that makes you relax or something. I've never had that, you know. At least I don't think I have. I don't know, maybe I haven't. I have misinterpreted. I always live like a good all-day drizzle. But it was a whole thing of camping in the rain, so we're gonna pick a map that has a lot of rain. We're gonna go to Mississippi. So it's kind of funny. It's this little Korean chick, right? Kind of cute. Has her little dog, a little adorable dog with her, and she's got this car tent. It's basically a tent that folds out off the back of your Jeep. Kind of a neat little setup. But then she goes to bring out this little stand for her Kleenex box, her alarm clock, a light. She has an inflatable easy chair, an end table with the light on it, a rack for her pots and pans and cooking utensils, a power generator for her fucking swamp cooler, a gas stove to cook her dinner on, and of course it's like fucking japchae. On top of that, she has a projector screen with fucking Netflix on it. Basically, pack up your entire living room, take it out in the ass into nowhere, and then set up for one night to sit there and watch Korean dramas until it's time to go to bed. But you're doing it out in nature, and it's like, it doesn't matter if you're out in nature, you're kind of defeating the whole purpose of going camping. You brought everything but the kitchen sink, literally. Okay, let's see what am I packing here. Okay, so I got 6.5. Okay, that's right. I was trying to use the 6.5 for that particularly ridiculous shot. Okay, so I think definitively not going to use this. Let's see, I had the bow because there was a challenge to take whitetail for some camo patterns. A certain amount that, wraps up on October 2nd. And pretty sure everybody's probably already knocked that out of the park. Okay, so we're going to ditch this guy. Which means we need another good 4 to 8. I'm kind of half inclined to bring this little guy just because of the fact that he does make pretty short work of bunnies. That's what this thing's for. And so we really don't have too many long shots. You know what? Screw it. Ditch the bow. Okay, definitely not going to need that hunger. Okay, bring a night vision as well. We'll go ahead and bring the green phos for less in-your-face night vision as well. So let's do a solid melt that. Oh! You can do that to all of them now. Oh, la-di-da, fancy smashy panties, okay. Okay, I was not aware of that. You can actually customize everything now. Okay, so we will not bring that one because that's just too much. And now I know that we can go through and do everything how we want. Yeah. Wait a minute, what am I wearing? And of course I'm standing right next to a cotton field. Okay, currently we are right in the middle of it. Alright. Bingham Bayou. Bingham's Bayou by the time you're thinking you're getting away. And this is the whole reason why I wanted to come here. Hanging out in the woods, a little bit of farmland, and rain. It's kind of thing about it. I was doing my review earlier today, and it was all kinds of windy. Yes, I went outside today, so yeah, I'm probably gonna be like, yeah, my typical level of fucked up. It was kind of windy, so I'm hoping that didn't play hold my audio. But there's this clouds blowing in, and you can see off in the distance, over by the mountains, like it was really dumping. And I was kind of hoping we get a little bit of rain. Hopefully, it'll rain tomorrow or something. But it's like it's weird. There are some people that always seem to have that little rain cloud over their head, right? You get people like me that want the rain cloud, the rain in general, and it just never shows up. Like the past couple of places I've lived, for whatever reason, there's like a hole in the sky whenever I want the nice, relaxing weather. Yeah, I'm just sitting here laughing my ass off at this chick that goes basically glamping, right? I'm trying to remember exactly what all the amount of just stuff she brought. She had a power generator, she had a projector screen TV, she had a fucking AC unit, or I guess maybe it was a swamp cooler. She poured a bunch of water into the bottom of it, like bottled water. And I can tell you right now, if I'm not set up next to a stream, there is no way in hell I'm wasting that much bottled water on a fucking swamp cooler AC, whatever the fuck it was. And then, of course, since it's an ASMR video, she has to have this thing running with the door of the fucking tent open. So, yeah, fat lot of good that does. And then, of course, once the sun goes down, she plugs in a heater. It's like, I get it, you're out there having fun, it's nice we have the technology to do this, but bitch, you're missing the whole point of camping. It's to get away from all this crap. sitting here playing a video game in the virtual woods, so I can get the nature feel without the bugs. Oh yeah, she brought the bug spray too, so that's pretty much part, standard issue part for the course. You kind of need that. If you're going camping and you don't bring some kind of bug repellent, you are in for a bad time. And actually, in some places, if you don't have bug repellent, that can be damn dangerous. There's a survival game, Green Hell, that took place in a tropical area. Okay, this is not Deadfall. This one, motherfucker, was cut. Cut poorly, but cut. Yeah, Green Hell kind of showed off the fact that, yes, nature is very much alive, and yes, it is very much trying to kill you. At all times. But I thought it was just kind of funny, the amount of effort she went to for this video. Obviously, they edited it down because it takes a fair amount of time to get that tent set up. On top of that, she basically set up her entire fucking living room in the back of her truck or her Jeep. Inflatable chairs if we were to inflate. There was the shelf with the Kleenexes. There was the little end table with the light on it. She had a fuck ton of battery-operated lights. Alarm clock, Kleenex box. That's not going to fold on that. Little tray table thing that also doubled as gas stove. She brought a soju and a beer that decided to foam all over hell. The fact that she had a fucking projector screen with a generator. I mean, if that's how you like to camp, that's fine, but at the same time, it's just like, kind of, like I said, missing the point. Yeah, just the idea of going down into the woods, it's nice and rainy, and like actually doing something, to justify the effort. And that was the big thing about it. Is like she goes to all this fucking trouble, and it's just for an overnight. Next morning, she packs up all this crap and drives off. It's like, I get it, it makes for a nice, relaxing YouTube video, but at the same time, it's like, I can't relax because I'm too busy laughing my ass off at how much shit you have. What really kind of irritates me, though, is when you find these guys that do, like, the outdoor, cooking. There's always some guy that has the big, God, what the fuck is it? Oh, God, you see these commercials for these goofy knives. It's always got, like, some guy with, like, a voice so deep it's, like, maybe half an octave higher than Darth Vader, right? It was get the manliest man that ever man. Shin beard big man, cheek man, chin man, beard man chin, that guy. He's always talking about getting the best deal for the coolest knives, And of course, when you actually see the reviews of the actual knives, these just fucking cheap as hell. Yeah. I don't even, if they're steel, they're like the same steel you find for like stainless steel pots, except they're not stainless. They're designed to look like they're hammer forged, but they're not. They got a little fake, like the little fake divots in it. And they got this sprayed on coating to make it look like it's been oxidized. Slice one tomato and you have to resharpen it. And it's like every time I see these, it's like, okay, if you're making a even just a camp cooking video and you're using one of these stupid knives, you got a small dick and a story. That's the only reason why you're packing a stupid fucking knife. If you're gonna cook out in the ass into nowhere, bring some proper utensils, okay? Bring a real knife, okay? Bring a real chef's knife, okay? If you're gonna go through all the effort of bringing a cutting board and refrigerated ingredients that you pack in a cooler and all this other stuff, learn how to cook properly instead of going with these fucking idiotic gimmicks. And that's the thing about it is like I can't even remember the name of it. Yeah, let's see if I can look it up. Yeah, husk knives. That's one of them. Okay, so basically it's this very, very curved knife, which is supposed to be a kitchen knife, but it's got this stupidly long curve, this little like notch for your knuckle, and a hole to put your finger through. And ooh, it's got this fake black shit on the side. The tip is sharpened on both sides because it's a kitchen knife, right? And the curve is so dramatic that you're not actually going to be able to properly cut anything with this thing. And it's yeah, it is so fucking stupid. I've seen the same knife under different brands. One is Husk Knives, the other one is something else. Uh, let's see, Husk is one of them. Mas- Masato knives. Masato knives? Okay. Yeah, it's like goofy like borderline Bowie knife that has a little ring thing in it so you can spin around your finger like a fucking idiot. And I know that if you're watching anything to do with cooking or outdoors, anything gun related, anything history related, eventually you're going to see an ad for this stupid thing. Ah, we found boat. Boat is good. Boat to get to the other side of the river because there is bupkis over here. But yeah, but yeah, this is these stupid knives are basically the culinary equivalent of the mall ninja. Yeah, they have several different variations. So one is the big one. The big one is the Masato knife, and it's like I've seen this under a couple of different brands. It's the same knife, uh, but there's one that looks kind of like a cleaver, except it's got this big, huge curve on the top of the front, and yeah, it's so stupid. That one is probably the most functional because at the sides you can also use it as a scraper. And at this point, it's just like if you really going to want to take this thing out to the woods, you get higher quality and lighter weight by just buying an actual Chinese chef's knife, which is, by the way, not a cleaver. For anybody that doesn't know, cleavers are big, heavy, curved edge to the blade. Usually have a hole in the front top of the tip so you can hang it. And they're big, they're thick, they're designed for hacking through bones and like splitting ribs apart. A Chinese chef's knife, on the other hand, is rectangular. Typically does not have a curved edge or nowhere near as aggressive, are way lighter. If you try to split bones with them, you're going to crack the thing in half. But the Chinese chef's knife is a chef's knife and a scoop and a meat grinder. You take two of them, just whack, 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 whack. Yeah, the Chinese chef's knife is one of the most versatile knives you can have in the kitchen. Yeah, it's like these stupid knives and like the bearskin tactical hoodie. It's like these are just such horse shit. And it's like, I don't know, maybe the bearskin hoodie is actually, not a bad jacket, but the way they market it is just absolutely dumb as hell. Going back to that knife thing, it's like, it's kind of funny. They got this dude on there, this one ad, where the guy has like this big stupid beard. He's holding on to this knife, and he says his wife got this for him, and he says that he loves her, but he's got this murderous look in his eye the entire time. What the hell? Okay, raccoon. Honestly, I'm not really crazy about hunting raccoons. They're kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, I gotta admit, there is just enough shrub down here that by the time you spot that raccoon, they are freaking buried. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that raccoon ran into that cotton field. Okay, I don't know if that's the dog tramping all this down or... Oh, no, we got another one over here. Okay. That's kind of the thing about the raccoons in this game. It's basically a fur-covered bowling ball. know I got a piece of him. It's not a very good one. Okay, we'll go ahead and wait a second here. Nope, he's dead. Hmm. So I know the rabbits are probably the most annoying thing in this game. Foxes are just under that. God, so many raccoons. Yeah, raccoons are a little annoying, but they're not on more than, I think, 2 maps. Bunnies, on the other hand, are fucking everywhere. Yeah, straight back to hell for you, bugs. It's kind of those things when it comes to the rabbits. Like I don't particularly care for any more fucking rabbit trophies. 140 turn meters out. Warning call. Bullshit. I can't see shit through all this crap. Haha. Well, he just fell over dead. Blam! He was in the middle of turning around. It's kind of those things that I've got enough gold bunny trophies around. I'm kind of at the mindset to start getting creative on how to take them out, you know? Like, let's see what a 470 Nitro does to a rabbit. See exactly what it does. It turns a rabbit into a splat. Like when I heard that pig started grunting, it reminded me of going back to my grandparents' farm where they used to raise pigs. Oh boy, the smell. Ugh, absolutely disgusting. Um, okay. Seriously hoping the dog's on the trail because that thing did not leave any fucking tracks. I guess that grass is just tall enough. Can't get away from me, you little shit. I shot his foot off. So that's the second rabbit in a row that's popped up while in pursuit of something else. Kept thinking I was hearing a raccoon, like, close enough I could sit on him. what it is about the raccoons in this game, but man, they go. They freaking haul. Just haul. Need a little drink there. Throat's getting a little sticky. Hmm. So Rabbit did come through here. Not recent enough to actually worry about. Yep, what's going on? Hello. How are you taking my light like that? It's called being flexible. Hey, hello. How's your night going? Hope you had a good stream. I've been trying to fight the urge to hunt bunny rabbits with the 470 Nitro. That's an elephant gun, by the way. Yeah, that's kind of funny. I was talking earlier. Still doing Warframe. Nice. Nice. I can have an interesting day. So one of the things I do on YouTube is I do cigar reviews, and I have to do them outside because I can't actually smoke in the apartment that I'm in. That's an actual apartment rule. Not that everybody actually follows that, but of course I smoke cigars, so if anybody's going to get caught, it's going to be me because I have to stand out there for a fucking hour. Meanwhile, every pothead smokes in the apartments, and you can smell it. But anyway, that's I got this little bike path that I go to. It's got a little underpass underneath this rather busy intersection, and it's all kinds of windy. And it didn't look like it was that bad, but I saw these big, huge clouds rolling in, and unfortunately, I don't think it's doing anything yet. But it'd be kind of nice if we got some rain. Big thing though is that for some reason, like right before there's like a stupid huge storm or something, for some reason, everybody's brother, uncle, second cousin, twice removed, and their dog has to ride the bike. Why, I don't know. Hmm. Okay, we got rabbit tracks. And rabbit exhaust. And this one's going to be close enough. I should probably start hunting them down. Okay, so if you ever end up just kind of hanging out on my Discord and you see a channel called The Insurrection, that directly details the ongoing conflict with bunny rabbits in Call of the Wild. And by extension, other games too, because there's rabbits all over the place. Oh, you little shit. Yeah, it's basically kind of turned into kind of a impromptu short story slash running gag. That the bunnies are basically trying to take over the planet. And it started in this game. Emperor Ninja, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I basically started in this game because basically wherever you go, if there's a map that has rabbits on it, they will infest literally everywhere. And they're the most irritating little bastards in the game because you find a need zone, is it a moose? Is it a fox? Bunny. It's out in the woods. Is it a deer? Is it an elk? Bunny. Something scared in the woods. Something important? Fucking bunny. So yeah, basically, like I said, it's kind of turned into a little bit of a running gag. And basically we now blame all manner of technical issue and pretty much everything else on bunny rabbit interference. Split's not feeling well and ends up having to take a night off of a stream. The bunny's got her. Stream starts lagging for no apparent reason. Bunnies. A mass stabbing heavens in China. Bunnies. This cornfield is looking to be a massive pain in the ass. Speaking of bunny, there's one right over there. But yes, we basically confirmed that the bunnies are working with the last remnants of the Soviet Union. They've also managed to make pacts with various infernal houses. And they fast travel around the world through portals to hell, which I just sent him right back to, you little bastard. But yeah, I stream pretty much every day but Saturday. Saturday's my day off, and I'm usually on 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sometimes I'm a little late because it kind of depends on how sidetracked I get before I get on stream, but by and large, I go for about 4 hours, sometimes longer. I one time did a Persona 5 stream. I think it was Persona 5. I was trying to wrap up, and I didn't know exactly how much longer I had, so I ended up going for like 7 hours, and oh my god, my neck was fucking killing me. Or this nice Corsair headset that it's not exactly the lightest, but it is good quality. And it's the original headset that I got when I first got my computer in like 2017, I think. Okay. Ooh, this bunny's right in the area somewhere. Okay. Yeah, It's kind of funny. Everybody thinks that rabbits are all cute and adorable and blah blah blah. But anyone that's ever actually raised bunnies knows that rabbits are actually vicious little shits. They'll tear each other apart. If they're left alone in the same room together for too long. Oh, you little bastard, where did you go? Okay, he zigged when he was supposed to zag. Alright. Eat shit and die, you little bastard. Ooh! Bullseye! Wow, that, I don't say his day, I don't think it's any worse than that. Oh crap, was that diamond? Fuck. Hang on. For some reason, trying to get birds with this little guy is, like, not as intuitive as it should be. But, yeah, like I said, I stream 6 days a week. Was for a while. Wednesday would be co-streaming with Split, and we'd be doing like Warframe. We were doing Fallout 76 for a while. In fact, there was kind of a funny image I posted that it was an image I made that was basically turned out to be prophetic of our actual first encounter, or her first encounter with the super mutant, Behemoth. Okay, I'm going to slow this down. Put that there. Up into a blind and see if we can call a fox in. Yeah, I'm all about variety. I stream all kinds of stuff. I've been doing Farm Sim 25. I've been doing a lot of Call of the Wild. I was doing Fallout 4 and Skyrim. Keeping Fridays open for like Helldivers 2 or Phasmo. I also have stickers and sound alerts and text-to-speech, and they're all free. So if it ever seems like I'm ignoring chat, by all means, wake my ass up. I tend to get a little too involved in the game sometimes. Okay, in-game time is going on 6:30. So that means it's going to start getting dark. And the red dot's the only thing I can put on that. Okay. Okay, so this is the annoying thing about foxes. You can call it a fox, but we kind of have to be a little patient here. Okay, so this is the thing about foxes. You fire the collar off, and it doesn't matter if it's the electronic collar or the actual, sit there blowing your hand thing. Once they hear the call, they go into sneak mode. And what they do is they will do this big loopy kind of arc thing. They will zig and zag and take their sweet ass time. You may hear them like over here, but they'll show up like over there, or there. What's annoying though is when you find the one that you didn't know was there and he shows up like behind you, like in the tree line over here. I've had deer do that. In game, I haven't actually gone hunting. I'd very much like to. It's a loud ass quail. Also, they've recently done something to the game where bears, for whatever reason, you will hear them like 300 meters away, like they're right in your ear. I don't know what's going on with that. So another thing about foxes in this game is that they are extremely skittish. Whereby typically, once you hear the warning call, that's usually also their fleeing call. So basically we need to sit here, chill for a bit, because like I said, foxes like to take their time. Apparently in real life it can take up to like about 10 minutes to call on a fox. And it never fails. I'll sit here for like 5 minutes, take 2 steps out because I finally got it, I had enough to sitting around with my thumb on my ass. And there's just like a fox right there, just eyeballing me like, oh shit, for taking off. Yeah, it's kind of funny, if you look on my Discord, we have this channel called The Insurrection, and that is like this whole section of bunny lore. Did you know that bunnies know who actually shot JFK? They also know which moon landings were fakes and which ones were real. Apollo 13, you want to know what actually caused the sabotage of that? Bunnies. I kind of take this a little too much into just the strangest direction sometimes. Oh, Lord. That is the only thing that bugs me about the night vision in this game is one, nights usually are not dark enough to justify it. And the game does kind of simulate night vision, like actual natural night vision. So when you pop this fucker up, ooh, sometimes it's bright and beautiful like that, and sometimes it just like completely flashbangs you. Okay, we've been standing around long enough. I'm thinking if there is a fox in the area, if there was a fox in the area, he's probably long gone. Yes, indeed. You want to know who told Judas to betray Jesus? Bunnies. Okay, that might be taking it a bit too far, but hey, at this point, it's a running gag. I'm willing to run that bitch straight into the fucking ground. I've been here long enough. I'm starting to think the bunnies end up eating that fox. Now, this gets a little goofier when you realize that in Stardew Valley, uh, in my co-op playthrough Split on stream, we actually have a chicken coop that's got chickens and 2 rabbits. Thumper and fritters. Oh, dogs right there. Okay, that's another thing you're going to know about this game, and hopefully not short order. Sometimes the dog is a little dumb. Like, don't get me wrong, the dog will save you hours of tracking when it comes to like trying to chase down a moose. For some reason, the only way you can actually just like one-shot drop a moose is with an arrow. Yeah, for whatever reason, you can pop a moose. Fleeing. Okay. Oh, shit, you little fucker. That was a clean miss. That or sunk straight into a tree. Yeah, you can take a 308, pop a moose. Both lungs, for some reason, they will jump into the next county. So yeah, the dog proves invaluable for finding your target after they've disappeared into the bush. That said, just wandering around, you gotta keep an eye on the dog, because if the terrain gets a little rough, the dog's brain turns into tapioca, and yeah. Fortunately, the dog hasn't managed to get in too much in the way of certain shots. It has happened once or twice where I haven't been able to take a shot because the dog was in the way. But this is kind of one of those things I kind of point out to like video game developers is if you're making a digital dog, the dog does not need to be on screen the whole time. You know, it's like in Fallout 4, Dogmeat was kind of bad about that. Why they have to be in the middle of a fucking cornfield. pig, let me come in. There you are. I think Porky's a little glitched out. Alright, that was a solid hit. Free bacon! And it's kind of the thing about hunting games in general, that you need to have a certain level of patience because, well, it's hunting, you know. Now, I did actually recently pick out something that actually had been on my wish list on Steam for a while, but it wasn't until watching a Fooster video that I finally decided to go for it. It's called Surround Dead, and it's a stylized zombie open world zombie game in early access. And I'm still kind of playing around with it. But so far it is quite interesting. Unreal 5 graphics, but at the same time you have a stylized character that you can customize. And it is a zombie survival. My only problem with the game is the fact that it's all keyboard and mouse, and I can only do that for so long before eventually I want to snap my wrists off. Yeah, Surrounded is kind of the polar opposite of this. Big, huge open world? Uh-oh. Damn it. I don't know what it is about this 410 bore. That one got him. So I know I nailed at least 2 of them. I will say this, single shot break action for a 410 bore is not the best waterfowler. And this is where the retriever really starts to shine, because there is no way in hell I'm going to find them birds. At night in a cornfield. Alright, that is number 2. It's kind of funny. It looks like a decent sized bird, but if you ever see like quail in an Asian market, they are like 2 bites and that's it. It is kind of funny just how much a bird's feathers will end up making up like most of its body mass. Like, for instance, would you actually believe that penguins have a neck about as long as a swan? It is actually really nice. If you ever take a look at a penguin skeleton, they have way too much neck. Of course, everybody thinks, oh, it's a penguin. It's a short little chubby bird that just, flies through the water, right? Okay, I need to, not walk into the river. Let's hope this is one of the nice ones. So the story behind Mississippi Acres is the fact that you have a friend that calls you down to help rebuild a summer camp and just kind of get things set up after heavy rains caused a flood. So that's the reason why all the hunting lodges are either trailer homes or like stilt homes. Okay, this is a trailer home, but one of the nicer ones. Somebody actually cared about this place. There's a couple of areas where you'll find a trailer home that's nowhere near as nice as this, and then you find something that looks more like summer camp barracks that are just completely trashed. Huh. Well, that ain't right. Where I'm at, if you ever have a satellite TV system, you have to aim it to the south. Yeah, back when I was in a house, I used to have a satellite system for a little while, and oh my god, it is such a pain in the ass. Oh no, going back to the whole bird plumage thing. Have you ever seen an owl without feathers? Oh my god. Big, huge, great horned owl. Great horned owl, right? Big, huge bird, right? Itty bitty chicken nugget. I guess it's kind of a thing about it is like we've actually seen confirmed evidence of dinosaurs that had feathers, as in pretty much every raptor dinosaur, be it Utahraptor, Velociraptor, Deinonychus, they all had feathers. And the funny thing is, they actually had a rather strange assortment of feathers because they had short wings on their arms, but also on their legs too. But the whole thing with feathers is the fact that feathers basically do for birds and dinosaurs same thing the hair does. That's one of the things that we've started seeing more and more in popular media, like the Jurassic World Dominion had a Pyroraptor, like a made-up bullshit, but it was a really nicely rendered version of a raptor with full feathers. That said, that raptors, the feathered raptor scene in Dominion was just fucking stupid. I know, when it comes to knowledge base, you have to be kind of careful when playing Call of the Wild because apparently every so often you will get an impromptu history lesson on the history of firearms. Not to mention what's wrong with certain guns, like Well, so far, pretty much everything I have on me right now is actually available in the real world. I actually forgot what it's called, but the muzzle loader that I'm using right here is a modern inline percussion cap. Uh-oh. Hold on, we got bunny problems. But it's actually about an $1,800 gun. And I forgot the actual make model of it, but I did look it up. Alright, you little fucker, where the hell are you? Yeah, it's like I said, bunnies made that infernal pact to go try to find one, and they just seem to disappear. It's because they opened a portal to hell and ended up on the other side of the planet. Okay, so we have a general idea that he's probably heading this way. What the fuck? I hate that. Just poof, gone. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this little shotgun here is a Chiappa Big Badger. They're about 286 bucks. That's the MSRP, by the way. But yeah, it's just a little 410 bore break action survival shotgun. Absolute featherweight. This is part of one of the new packs. This is part of the latest weapon pack that also includes a lever action 22 Magnum. And wow, what else did that weapon pack have in it? It had another one. Let's see, there's this guy, there's a lever action 22, there was... Yeah, that was that pump action rifle. Not a bad gun, but a very weird cartridge. That is kind of one of the things I really like about this game is just how much, like, it's not officially licensed like Way of the Hunter, but they do have like real world stuff. You can actually get this stuff. Yeah, like for instance, this is one of my favorites. This is a single shot 470, not 470, 4570, single shot break action, and you can tell from the lines on the side here, this is based on the Thompson Center Encore, which has just recently started picking up production again. So here's the thing about Thompson Center. They started off in the 1960s with a guy named, two guys, Thompson and Warren Center, and I forgot what the Thompson guy's name was. But they ended up coming together to make really nice precision, like single shots and bolt actions. And their two flagship pieces were the Thompson Center Contender and the Thompson Center Encore. So about I want to say around about 2000, they ended up getting bought out by Smith and Wesson. So for about 10 to a dozen years, Smith and Wesson was making the Thompson Center stuff, but not selling as well as they wanted to. So they ended up selling it to the current guy, Greg. What's his name? And he has been basically rebuilding the company from the ground up, and they're going to be hopefully soon shipping out new production Townsend Center Encore. single-shot break-action rifles. Now, the cool thing about these is that they are probably the most versatile rifle platform, or firearms platform possible. By drifting just one big pin out, you can swap out the barrel. And because of how they're designed, you can turn it from a break action 4570 to a 308 to a 6.5 Creedmoor to a 44 Magnum. You can turn it into a 12 gauge shotgun, 50 caliber muzzleloader. Swap out the stock for a pistol grip and give it an 11-inch barrel and 44 Magnum. You can turn it into a handgun or 4570 handgun. These fucking rabbits, god damn. Yeah, the way they're designed, the actual receiver itself, where the trigger and the hammer are, those will stay the same. All you have to do is just swap out the barrel, and you can turn it into an entirely different beast. Okay, hold up. This is a cornfield. And it's got this big-ass tree in it. I can guarantee you right now there is no farmer in their right mind that is going to let a tree sit here long enough in a cornfield to do this. Because you ain't mowing around that. Damn it. Fuck. This is so not the gun for quail. Yeah, this one I'm just going to give up. It's one of those things that's like, I keep trying to figure out what the fuck is the point of a 410 bore. It is so freaking tiny. But then you get things like the Taurus Judge, which shoots 410 bore shot shells, and 45 Colt. So it's the Rossi Brawler, which is a single shot break action that does the same thing. I don't know how crazy I am about that one, though. Okay, let's see here. Okay, this is not the one I thought it was. So like I said, on this map, not every outpost is going to be a trailer park. This one, either somebody's just moving in or just moving out. And there's a fucked up bucket of paint in here for some reason. I'm thinking somebody's moved in. Okay, so I am currently at 19.5 out of 23. Certain part of me wants to roll with the 22 Magnum lever action, but at the same time, it's just, I don't know. Okay, here is the third of the latest gun pack, which is this guy. This is a pump-action rifle, which is all the weirder because it does not use a tube magazine. It uses a detachable box magazine. And it's not a bad piece, but I just cannot get into this gun. Okay, this right here is the Mossberg MVP. Chambered in 300 Blackout. It does, in fact, use standard AR-15 mags. I'd say that kind of prefer the SKS. M1 Grands, various other bolt actions. 44 Magnum 1894. So that's another thing. I keep wanting to get into the bolt actions in this game, but for some reason I just can't quite seem to really vibe with those for some reason. Which is kind of weird because, like, I'm actually in the market for an 1894. Let's see, I think I want to do the 20 gauge something. Although, okay, let's rethink our little situation here. So basically, in a nutshell, if I want to have an actual proper shotgun, I'm going to ditch this guy. Oh, shit. Still have all those arrows. Whoops. So let's go ahead and come all the way down and get a proper bird gun. Huh. 20 gauge slug, good for 4 to 7. Okay, can I put an optic on this? See, I could have swore. Was it this guy? Okay. I can put a dot on it. So it comes to the actual graphical presentation of this game. This is actually one of the prettier games you're going to find. I kind of hate that you only get this one shot, like when you first start a map. They start off with a helicopter flyby, and like Mississippi Acres here, the flyby damn near looks real. Hmm. Okay, so I did have the buckshot loaded. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can get a raccoon to do the dumb and come a little closer. Yeah, so for each map actually does a pretty good job of showing off certain natural regions. It's like obviously Mississippi Acres, you got the kind of the bayou, so it does a pretty good job of showing off like flooded farmland and various swamps. Then you go to Central Parton, which is in India, and it's a very weird place because you've got like a normal looking forest, and then you have these trees with these beautiful pink little flowers all over them. And there's the classic, everybody's vanilla favorite of Leighton Lakes, which is, I want to say, in like Montana, is where it's supposed to be. The Yukon and Canada map is actually really pretty as well. Yeah. Good luck trying to see a bird that's technically smaller than a tobacco leaf. I do have to admit, though, the Russian map, Medved Taiga, that one kind of gives me the willies. It's all snow all the time, and when it gets dark, oh my god, I have seen horror movies that start like this. Also, this mist will fuck with night vision like you have no idea. So once again, this is where we get to the patience thing. Because we're trying to call in a raccoon. Raccoons are kind of, if they're not hauling balls trying to get away from you, they just kind of bumble along and kind of doop doop doop. So if they're out by the tree line, trying to get them over here is going to take it a little bit. Which means time to hydrate. And something else that looked really good was Dead Island 2. I was actually really impressed with how well that ran, too. Dead Island 2 was kind of interesting because it says Dead Island, but it takes place in LA. Yeah, I just recently streamed that one, and that was actually quite a bit of fun. I will say, though, that I have kind of gotten a little sick of special zombies. Now, what I mean by that is, like, a zombie that's like Well, let's take a look like say Left 4 Dead. You got the boomer, the smoker, the spitter, the hunter, and this is kind of where this whole thing started. After Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, it seems like every zombie game since then has had to have some form of special zombie. I mean, World War Z was actually pretty blatant about it because they had a hunter that was just a straight up ripoff of the standard hunter, so they gave him a red tracksuit, but exact same behavior pattern. And it's kind of one of those things that Dead Island 2 had special zombies. The most obnoxious one was the ones that spit acidic shit and are really, really bullet spongy. But to me, these just get annoying. Like, I can see a special zombie being like, the guy that was a lineman. So he's like constantly electrocuted. They had one really cool one that was one that had been dead long enough that like bees had ended up setting up a hive in its body cavity. So that is an okay special zombie, but like the big, huge, tanky fuckers, these just don't make any sense. It's like, what makes this guy that much worse as a zombie? Now, Dead Island 2's version of it is probably less egregious because there's a reason why you have like the big, huge zombie because big, huge bodybuilder, big, huge zombie, right? Muscle Beach. Speaking of Left 4 Dead 2, I occasionally do a modded playthrough of it. And I kind of had to tone down a little bit of the brain rot, but yeah. Man, like, Dead Island 2 has these big, huge, burly guys that go walking around. It kind of makes sense why they'd be all beefy because, like I said, Muscle Beach. But the big fat guy that barfs shit at you, that doesn't make any sense. What makes that guy so much different from just a regular zombie that just happens to be overweight? And I think what it is what I really want to see is a solid, say, open world survival zombie shooter, but Resident Evil. Like, actually take like the Dead Island 2 approach and make a co-op version of Raccoon City, but like without the goofy sense of humor. And instead of having special zombies, have zombies and an actual fucking monster. Be able to go around, pop a couple of zombies, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, it's a hunter! And it's like that's that big, scaly motherfucker with the claws that want to take your fucking entrails out through your nose. I'm thinking we will have a little bit better luck if we. You little shit. Never fails. I'm looking over there. Where's the raccoon? Coming up from behind me. Well, on the plus side, we took care of the raccoon problem. Yeah, needless to say, if I've been at it for a couple of hours, that's when the dog starts kind of losing IQ points. And after getting thoroughly derailed, ooh, dead. This kind of thing about muzzleloaders, even in like modern inline percussion cat muzzleloaders, if they're using black powder, they pretty much have a maximum useful range of about 200 yards. Oh, chap. Got him. There he goes. Always remember, kids, a dumb bird is a dead bird. Ooh, blammo. Okay, so we know there was another quail over this way. Let's see, I don't think this map actually had waterfowl on it. There's quail, there's pheasant. Well, actually, if I remember correctly, I had something set up. Yeah, up here. Okay. Go down. So if you shoot a bird and he keeps flying, that's annoying. But if you shoot a bird and he goes down like a Messerschmitt, then it's funny. I think it was on Reventuli Coast, which is, I believe, a Norwegian map. I ended up shooting this one bird in the air, and wings full spread eagle all the way, just nosedive to the side, just. Ooh, well, you can just see the mud. Ugh. Okay, where is he? Got him. Nice thing about the long grass like this, makes it very easy to track rabbits. Okay, I'm pretty well certain those are raccoon I saw. to be kind of cautious here because there is alligators on this map. You know, the Australia map released, that's Emerald Coast. They added saltwater crocodiles, so they changed the alligator behavior to match a little more accordingly, which means normally they will try to slink away into the water. Sometimes, though, they will get aggressive and come after you. Oh, fun fact. Split doesn't like the alligators. So I've got one lodge that has a crap ton of alligators in them. And, yeah. I was going to get together to do a Lego, not Lego, Jurassic World Minecraft. Okay, green-winged teal. That's the ducks here. Okay. Okay, get that. Okay, well, alligator did die. Oh, shit. Guess that's kind of the thing about the gators is if you spook them, excuse me, random yawn, they will basically go into the center of the river at the deepest part and just like lay on the bottom. Ooh. Be completely honest with you, when it comes to that gator, I actually was Thinking I got it like a really foul hit. And it always kind of flabbergasts me. If you ever watch Swamp People on Discovery, and put a waypoint there. The way they catch gators is they set out an actual line with like a piece of like rotten chicken on it. Sometimes they coat it in special like attractants and shit that make it just smell like absolute ass. But apparently that's what the gators like. Have a big old hook in there. And what they do is they lift up on that, and then on the side of the boat they have somebody with they literally just call the shooter, who's armed with a 22, and they have to hit a spot at the base of the gator's skull, about the size of a quarter. And the way they test you for this is usually at a big old cookout in backyard, where they have a 22, so about 25 yards away from you. You have to hit it dead center in the primer. Okay, gonna wipe that out. We want green wing teal. Okay, so one of the things about this game, you'll see all these little purple spots all over the place. This is called hunting pressure. There's something kind of similar to this in Way the Hunter, but it's not visually represented like this. Now, basically, what hunting pressure is the more nuclear pink this gets, the more animals will avoid this area. So the best way to clear that out is to set up a waterfowl blind and start popping ducks. Because for whatever reason, the ducks in this game are dumb as hell. And they will keep flocking to the same spot again and again and again. So it's kind of nice when you take a sip of water and you just feel that all the way down. It's like, damn, I guess I was dehydrated. Who'd thunk? This is kind of a fun little blind. It's a lay down blind. Basically, you just lay down in this little mummy bag and all of a sudden, boing! Like a jack in the box from hell. And yes, if you're playing in multiplayer, this is absolutely hilarious. That's what kind of does. I mean, I think I may want to move those decoys a little further out. Kind of hard to tell the decoy from the actual duck. Can I get the dog to lie down for a little bit? Because here's kind of the neat thing about the blinds. Be it a hunting stand or those little pop-out deals that you place, is the hunting pressure is way less than if you were to just like blam. That goes down dramatically further if you're using a quiet weapon like a bow. So typically out of a blind, you'll be able to get about 4 kills before it ends up getting like a little spicy. If you're in a hunting blind with a bow, you can get about 8. Trying to keep an eye on the time here. Got to run a few minutes long because I went, I started a couple minutes late, so. Here come the birds. And wasted ammo at that point. Wowee, look at that guy. To the lodge with you. Yeah, honestly, some of the bird plumages in this game are really nice. Hmm. Okay. Idea. So that's just a regular blind. I'm going to go ahead and leave the color there. I'm going to run back up to the house here. Seeing as how where that particular laydown is, it's kind of a pain in the butt because it's a little too close. I'm going to not only swap that out, I'm going to swap it out with a different kind of hide. Ah, yes. Here at Campfire Cloud, our counselors are pretty much guaranteed to not do anything with your kids. So it's perfectly safe from all manner of weirdo. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and take the full tent. I know it's kind of a waste to put a tent this close to an actual outpost, but it's also one of those things I kind of don't want to end up mistaking to. Doug, you are an idiot. Get the fuck over here. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, we'll go ahead and dismantle this guy. Good lord. Walk through camp like a bulldozer. Okay, Incognito Deluxe layout blind. What we want is one of these guys. Okay, so this one is designed specifically to be in the water. And given the way this is set up, we got our decoys right in front of us. We got our caller over there, so hopefully birds will come in, lay down there, and bop, 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 bop. Peekaboo! So I think this is the goofiest fucking thing. Okay, 10 in the morning. Okay. Yeah, 10 o'clock in the morning. Where are we? Gator Lakes. And honestly, yeah, this. They call them Gator Lakes for a reason. Basically, the way that these are actually held in the same spot is there's a little bit of a float, but basically you just like take a small peg or something, you just like stick it into the thing. There's a little slot in the side. You just stick that into the mud, so it actually does anchor. So at least I'm pretty sure they do. Don't quote me on that. I haven't actually used one of these. Let me take a look at that actually. I'm pretty sure that's what the deal is. Oh God. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to find like the real world versions of this. Let's see, this person's warehouse. Oh. Okay, here we go. Water feather concealment system. $289. But this looks the closest to what's in the game. Okay, so the one that's in the game looks like it basically is just kind of, pinned in place, but apparently the real world version of this is basically just like a little raft. All you have to do is just like tie it down. Okay, so from what I saw, the actual version of this, basically it's a layout blind on a small little dinghy. So all you have to do is just have like a rope that you just like pin to the ground, and yeah, it'll just stay there. So if you can keep your dinghy from floating away, then yeah, you can keep your blind pretty much stay put. And then when you're done hunting for ducks, all you have to do is just pull the sticks out of the ground, use the stock of your shotgun for an oar, and just like paddle across the lake. Be the dumbest kayak ever. Can you imagine seeing some goofball in a hunting blind just rowing along using a shotgun for an oar? Hey, Bob, how's the duck hunting go? Not good. I only got two. That actually reminds me of, I think it was an episode of River Monsters where they're out in South America somewhere in the Amazon. And this little dude in a kayak shows up. And he's just there selling shotguns out of his little kayak. That's kind of one of those things. I'd be real leery about buying a shotgun out of a kayak in the middle of South America. Because it's like, I'm pretty sure that's not a Weatherby. So every so often that'll happen. You'll see a flock of birds flying by way too high. In that case, the caller doesn't actually go that far. Okay, I'm starting to think maybe I need to pack up everything and find a better lake. Hmm. Ooh, shit. Okay, so this will be interesting. Hopefully, we can still get some ducks coming in. But we should also be able to, hopefully, attract a deer. And this is modeled after an actual hunting call, so it has this thing called the fox bang system. Basically, when it detects a gunshot, it'll stop calling. All we gotta do now is be a little patient. It's kind of funny with the amount of alligators on this map. You'd think it'd be a little bit more dangerous than what it is. Yeah, for some reason, universally, bison and water buffalo, or was it bantang in Australia? Basically, big ass cow. Those are universally the most aggressive pain in the ass critters in the game. They recently updated the moose though to be aggressive though. Actually, it falls more in line with reality because, yeah, in reality, especially during the rut, moose are extremely aggressive. This also reminds me of a story from San Francisco. Two people sent to the hospital due to a very mean squirrel. I shit you not. People were saying that it seemed pretty obvious that the squirrel was raised in captivity. Because apparently it was associating people with food, and people don't feed it, it ends up getting aggressive and desperate, so it starts getting bitey scratchy. But can you imagine how messed up would that be when you had to go to the hospital because of a pissed off squirrel? It's like, you cannot tell that story at the gym. Okay, Quackers kind of blends into the grass. Okie doke. Always fun when the dog decides to turn on dumbass mode. Excuse me, Lord. Oh, duh. I'll get rid of this and go with just the bird. Take off the fox bang. Boom. So basically, the longer we sit here taking out birds, the more nuclear pink this will get, and the more these will disappear. I shot the decoy. Okay, move those just a little further out. Okay, so now if they land there, hopefully I will shoot the duck and not the fake duck. One lonely, miserable little duck, flying across the states on an incredible journey of self-discovery. Fuck. Raiders, string of numbers. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. The real question is, where did that gator go? Looks like I got an okay hit on him. Anyway. Hello there. Hope you're having a good night. I'm kind of starting to think I may need to get a little bit more substantial firepower. Just in case that gator comes back. I think I'm going to do that, actually. Much as I love my break action muzzleloader, I think I'm going to need more than one shot. Let's see here. Okay, 308 polymer tip. Personally, right now, I am getting a little irked with the birds because for some reason they don't want to land. We also have that slight alligator problem. Okay, problem solved. Ah, ooh, okay, bad hit. So far, that is the first time I've been duck hunting on this map, and actually had to be even remotely concerned about a gator coming up on me. So yes, indeed, they call them Gator Lakes for a reason. There's when that bird actually lands. I'm trying to remember where it is, but there is actually a summer camp on this particular map. That's kind of part of this map's storyline is somebody had a tape recorder that was playing spooky sounds and freaking everybody out. And the whole thing was to cover up a poaching operation for illegal leather. That's kind of the big difference between this game and like Way of the Hunter. Way of the Hunter seeks to tell stories that are a bit more involved to the point where it's like, guys, you do know this is a hunting game, right? Fortunately, though, yeah, it kind of dawned on them that, set yourself apart from Call of the Wild, but at the same time, don't set yourself too far apart because Call of the Wild got it right. Okay. Never fails, every time. Any other time I go hunting for ducks, I'm sitting there for hours just popping them left and right. Wait about a minute or two. Another flock of ducks comes in. Clears up all the hunting pressure. This time, nah, fucking gator shows up. Everybody's like, oh shit! Okay, let's see here. Go for a completely different change of scenery. Well, not completely different, but you get the idea. See, I'm kind of hoping that we can get through this field and maybe see some tracks of a raccoon somewhere. Damn rabbit. Sooner or later, you little bastards will learn it is illegal to be a rabbit in my game. That's raccoon shit, okay. Okay, make sure I'm going the right way. Okay. Wow, okay. So we keep going this way, we should be able to hit a boat and we can get across the river. Alternatively, there's the kerplop solution. Okay, yeah, that's the outpost. Ha! Thought you could get away, didn't you? Ah, raccoon. Or that little X-ray, I changed his mind from an innie to an outie. Okay, basic strategy right now is just run around, see whatever silly actually ends up making a warning call. Okay, that was a whitetail. Okay. Oh, hold up. Hmm. Hello there, Yogi. Okay, I have a feeling that if this bear actually does show up, by the time we seem to take a shot at him, he's probably going to be in like bad breath range. This is one of the most boring parts of it, is when you have to call them in. Okay, I was hearing something. Ah, bullshit. Wait a minute. Okay, so last spotted was this way. Go ahead and see if I can get the dog on him. Or not. Okay, so if the dog's not following the blood trail, that tells me that was a shit hit. Somehow, and Yogi is still alive, which is rather irksome. Yeah, if he's not dead at this point, yeah. Let's go ahead and keep kind of heading in the general direction of where the bear was going. Well, farmhouse. $20 is the Baker plantation. You know, I'll bet I nailed that fox like straight up the butthole. I still got my Steam page. I have like a whole series of pictures of critters that have been shot in the butt. Just pictures of like the actual kill cam. You know, the harvest screen. Of course, no one can say it. Oh, he did though. Yeah, that's one of the things about it. Foxes tend to be kind of fast. At least when they're trying to get away. Hmm. Okay. Damn it. Gotta appreciate they got a pretty accurate optic mount on that. Okay, make sure I actually read that. Hell cell, okay. In case you missed it, we have been trying to hunt ducks, almost getting eaten by alligators, trying to get bear that seemed to be bullet sponge. And yes, I will indeed stop tracking a bear to go fuck up a bunny's day. Oh, shit, that was way too short. Got him. Well, yes, the fight for freedom from bunny tyranny continues. Keep up, dog. Aha. Okay. Yeah, back to hell for you, you little son of a bitch. Ooh, that was a mind changer. Another one. Okay, how far away was that bunny? Shit. I always find it a little strange how bears can spot you from like 300 yards out through all this nonsense. Oh, we got him. Hmm. Definitely not the ideal way you're supposed to take out a bear, but it's like they don't know how to hold still. Okay, what tail getting trotting through here? Going the other direction. Hmm. Okay. Oh, okay. I hate that. Just saw the bunny was fleeing. Didn't see any actual tracks from him, though. Not bad. I kind of got a little bit of everything. Okay, let's see. Where is the area that that bunny was in? Okay, here we go. Okay, now that is just maddening. Okay. So when I was running this way... Aha! Oh, turkey flock. There you are, you little fucker. Yeah, see, he thought he was clever. He thought he was going to get away. I actually don't think I managed to hit those turkeys. Hit that one, though. Okay, lurks are always appreciated. Thanks for stopping by and watching the massacre of bunnies continue. And let's see, yep, I only got one turkey out of that whole mess. Okay, this is the crappy one. Okay, this is just, ugh. Garbage everywhere. Crappy old TVs stuck on a bunch of fucking just plywood and crates. Nice trophy being used for a dartboard. Okay, if I find the whatever frat white asshole, just dipshit that managed to do this, I am putting him on the menu. Since they don't know how to clean up the trash, fuck that pool toy. No alcoholic beverages allowed. The fuckers in there. Oh, shit, that's a propane tank. Yeah, do not shoot that. Boom. Let's see here. Grain silos, barn. This thing is kind of weird when you find these little shacks that have like this bag of whatever this is, and a stove, one big ass pot on it. Like it's actually a frying pan, but you know. That's a lot of corn. This kind of reminds me of every time I play Farm Simulator. I throw it outfield and there's always like a half dozen deer that come shooting out of the freaking scrub. Okay. You'd think there'd be a little bit more here. I just started thinking that, this whole area kind of reminds me of the Baker Plantation from Resident Evil 7. I started thinking, Resident Evil 8 has a new game plus that gives you access to like some serious firepower. Let's see if 7 has the same thing. I do know that 7 had, if you had the coins for it, an AMT auto mag. Kind of an interesting little handgun, that one. Is basically an experiment in magnum firepower before the Desert Eagle. What it basically tried to do was make a gas-separated magnum handgun, but instead of chambering it in a common caliber, like 44 Magnum, they basically made 44 Auto Mag, which was 44 Magnum, but as a rimless cartridge, so you could load it into a standard semi-auto mag. kind of makes me wonder. There's some people have had malfunction issues with Desert Eagles. I'm wondering if it's because they load their magazine wrong. So here's the thing about 44 Magnum is a straight-walled rimmed cartridge, which is one of the reasons why it's so prevalent in revolvers. Basically, the way it started out was this dude named Elmer Keith. Started off with, well, that's a log for a second. I thought that like you just like bulldoze this huge pile of mud out of the way. He started off with a typical cowboy cartridge, 4440. And he lengthened it so you could put a crazy amount more powder charge in it. And if I'm not mistaken, blew up a bunch of handguns doing it, but ended up coming up with 44 Magnum. So basically what 44 Magnum is it's a super horsepowered up, more or less cowboy cartridge. So that means its parent case, 4440, was a short rimmed cartridge. I'm trying to figure out what the 4440 means. I think it was a 44 caliber with like 40 grains of black powder. I could be off on that. But anyway, to make 44 Magnum brass, they basically just lengthened it so you have a big ass rim on the cartridge. If you load these into a standard straight-walled magazine, detachable box magazine like a Desert Eagle uses, you have to make sure that you load it correctly, which means not just like dumping rounds on top of each other like you would with, like, say, a 9mm. Otherwise, you get this fun little situation called rim lock. Which is basically where the rim of the top cartridge catches on the rim of the one right below it. This is one of those problems that if you have a Mosin Nagant, you're quite familiar with. And you've probably gotten pretty good with figuring out how to avoid. Because the Mosin Nagant's cartridge, the 7.62x54 rimmed, is, well, a rimmed cartridge. Ugh. Butt shot. Gotta take his tail off. Looks like we have another cornfield full of quail. ass bird. Now the dog gets to do what the dog does best. Oh, take this opportunity. To get a good stretch in. Oh, Lord. Okay, what am I hearing? Okay. Okay, what are you? Fucking bunnies. Every time. Couldn't have been white-tailed. No, couldn't have been black-tailed. Has to be a fucking rabbit. God damn motherfucking. Yeah, I think it's part of the same one. Okay. This is a long ass road to nowhere. Time for a detour. Just gotta notice there's like this whole big huge blank zone where there's just like nothing in it, so that tells me I've probably got need zones to find over here. The more need zones you find, the more critters spawn in. Which is why it's all the more irritating when the most need zones you find are fucking rabbit zones. Well, yes, the tea is finished. No need zones anywhere. No eat zones, no rest zones. Obviously, no drink zones. There's no water in here, but. For the record, no is nowhere near this easy to move through fucking thick ass cornfield like this. You have to take the rows. Huh. Okay, the whole way, not a single need zone anywhere. Went through that whole big ass cornfield. That is a lot of quail. Look at that fucking radioactive pink sot. Alright. And now I'm going to stand right here because that was a lot of birds, and I'm going to wait for the dog to do his thing, and yeah, hopefully we get all of them. Okay, that's one. Two. Here comes three. Okay, dog is coming back with number 4. That one was out there, shit. There's a 5th one right there, and a 6th. So here's 5. Number 6. Okay. One good volley, about a half dozen birds. I'd say that sounds like a wind. About 100 yards this way, there's more of them. Proving they did not, in fact, go far. Point the dog in the generally right direction. I think as soon as the dog comes back with these last 2 birds, we'll go ahead and see what's going on in the lodge. Well, of course, I can get my knuckles to crack. I'll do one last flush just in case. A cookie. Trophy Lodge time. Okay, the latest one, Spring Creek Manor 2. Actually, I gotta go back to some of my earlier ones because I have like a bunch of smaller trophies I need to start sorting out. I guess it kind of all depends on how much large space I have still in here. This is always the weirdest thing about this lodge. For some reason, it spawns you inside. It's not bad, but, you know, the other one doesn't do that. Flying kangaroo. Golden bison. Big ass gator. Oh yes, the softest leather seats in the world. There's literally pudding stiffer. Satanic murder cow. Alright, boys, it's a bit of an uneven matchup, but I want a good clean fight. No hitting below the belt, no punches to the jaw. By all means, gore each other to death. Okay, I got birds, beavers. Okay. Really, green winged teal. That's the only thing I got out of that. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, and that was it. Alright. Go ahead and head back to my first lodge. Ah, you son of a bitch. I was thinking you could go take a walk around, but, you know. It's like they rendered this whole thing out. It's just like this one big, huge map space, but for whatever reason, you can't do anything outside. Gotta love the shocked look on this bison's face, like, what the hell, I lost? Fernanda's just there being Fernanda. Ah, yes, arch rivals. Both diamonds. No great ones, though. So far, I believe this is probably the only albino I've got. Ooh, this one reminds me of something I saw like an actual Instagram shot actual picture. It was a deer that was walking around with the severed rotting head of his rival stuck in his antlers. I'm thinking to myself, if I was actually out there hunting a deer and all of a sudden I see that motherfucker show up, you know what, dude? You can just go ahead and have a nice day. I could have swore I had different guns in there. Hmm. This ledge also has way too many turkeys in it. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Just imagine that raccoon if this was actually a thing. He reaches in there because he's just lit curious, and all of a sudden, clamp. Yeah, big ass saltwater croc. Diamond red deer. Honestly, look at the size of that Eric antlers. I'm thinking maybe I was doing him a favor taking him out. This is kind of one of the things I like about this lodge. Very nicely appointed, expensive. Has all these different trophy mounts, not to mention enough firepower to start World War III. Okie doke, and I think that is pretty much it. So I could go through some of my others, but they'll end up taking way too long. Let's take a look at the Layton Lake cabin. Kind of forgot what I had here. So those other two cabins are DLC. The Late and Late cabin, on the other hand, this one is available to everyone that has the game, because this one was added in an update. And I did at one point actually find where this was on the map. I tried to find it on stream once, and I went to the coordinates where it said it was, and it wasn't there. That was the second time trying to find it. The first time I found it just like by wandering around. So I don't know if somebody put it on the map by mistake or exactly what. Yeah, this lodge was actually on the vanilla Late and Late's map. Listen, nothing is impossible, but I do nothing every day. I'm sorry, I trip over my own tongue. Diamond Whitetail. Also, this is kind of a thing. Check out this kitchen. Fucking 8-burner stove, 2 ovens, big ass refrigerator, 2 sinks, dishwasher, enough space for basically anyone to cook everything. And somebody's got the laundry going. Like I said, this one in particular was made available to everyone. Very nicely appointed master bedroom. Got a nice little entertainment center over here. Gaming laptop. And you know it's a gaming laptop because every time you find those in game, it has Call of the Wild loaded on it. Diamond Black Bear. Messy bed. Full shower, bathroom, and towels. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of funny. Dude's out hunting, the deer ends up sneaking up on him. Okay, that's the bathroom. This one does have a basement. And hot tub. Fresh meat and burnt. That's right, here's the way down to the basement. Pool tables, sitting area, and the fridge with AbelK pizza. Spare room maintenance closet. Okay. So I know this is supposed to be a hunting lodge, but at the same time, you could definitely survive a pretty hardcore zombie apocalypse out here. And be relatively comfortable doing it. So, on that note, hey, it's time to wrap up and get the hell out of here. Okie dokie. Ah. Oh. Neck crack. Neck crack, back crack, everything cracks. Okie dokie. Everything cracks until it tracks. Alright, so that is it for this. I am wrapping up and getting out of here. My 4 hours is up, so I am vanishing for the night. Okay. So, it's kind of one of those things. It's like, the amount I've played this game, I should maybe start looking for, like, doing the Great One grind. Great Ones are big, huge specialty, like, Uber trophies. And Diamond's the highest I've ever actually gotten on anything. But that is going to be later. For right now, I am getting out of here. I will be back tomorrow with something. I'm kind of inclined to say like Farm Simulator. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I may get a while here to do something entirely different. I may have a violent streak. We'll see. Anyway, I am getting out of here. So, for watching, thanks for watching. Hope everybody was entertained. For watching the recording, the users still here again. Thanks for watching. Hope everybody was entertained. Beyond that, hope everyone has a wonderful morning, noon, night, whatever it is where you are. I will see you all again next time. I have got to wrangle my mouse. Mouse, oh here. I have got to go.